Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the stream. I am indeed fashionably late, but not for the reasons you think. Time is a thing that didn't get away from me today, just I didn't seem to have enough of, so that's why we're late for the stream. But that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. It just means there's less time for me to get things wrong. Yeah, that's the plan today. That's the plan today. We will just not get anything right and get everything wrong and rejoice, and there'll be much fun. Really? We just started. You disappoint me. But we are going to do some more game dev today. Even if you can't see me, we are definitely going to be doing some more game dev today. And we're going to get our belts doing the thing they're doing, because I had a revelation that I understand how belts work in Acaria, at least. And it's so simple, yet so genius. So that's what we're going to do today, I hope. So let me close some things down here I don't need, and go over back. Okay, let me shrink myself down, and I'll go over here. Oh, do that. Boom. Yeah, boom, boom, boom. That'll do. Oh, that'll do. No, stop. Right. Okay. So we have the ability to place belts, as you can see, and they work, and they do connect to each other. Let's hide the scene view back there. So this will be the first belt. I need to name the position of the belts. That would probably help. Oh, excuse me. But this has, if we scroll down here, the dynamic buffer container input connection buffer is empty, whereas the second belt will have one, and that will be connected to belt 255. And if I click on belt 255, this one here is belt 255. So this one knows that this belt is behind it. So yeah, it doesn't need to know about the belt in front, so that's fine. And it doesn't necessarily need to know about the does it need to know about the boat in front? It might need to know about the boat in front. No, we can do it via the buffer. So, first and foremost, let's open up the belt data script. We don't need to know about the belt in front. We do want to know about the final destination. But I don't know if we need to have it as an entity or that'd be easy. It would be easier to store as an entity. So yeah. So how do we do this? How do we do this final destination? We're going to have to do it one of two ways. Either I'm going to have the belts are going to have to check what's in front of them and then propagate all the way back along the belt to find out what's there, which would let us do it the same sort of way that Acaria does it, where the belt doesn't look like it's moving unless it actually has a connection. Might do that. Or the opposite way of doing it would be we have to have something like like what Factorio does with you have a grabber. You have a grabber that's there, or the way Foundry does it, where you have an input or output device that loads the machines, a loader and unloader. I don't think I want to do a loader. I think I want to do it that way. So I think I want to. We're gonna have to have another script running on these belts. Which, yeah, we're going to have another connection script, which does, so this is reset connections and stuff like that as well. So set up connection systems. We're also going to have a system that fires on belts. Right, so this one, what is this? Right, this one. Fires a ray cast forward to find out what it hits. Ah, we can use this. We can use this. We can use this. Yes, 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 yes. Okay. If it has the input buffer, then we'll add you to the input buffer, and then we remove the set connection. But I need to also check if it's got a if it is a component that it hits, because if it's a component, then it needs to register its final destination, and then it needs to propagate backwards through the whole belt. Yeah. Okay, so blah 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 blah. We're drawing the line here. We don't need to draw the line anymore. We can actually get rid of that, but that's fine. If it has a buffer, then we add it to the buffer, which is fine. If the raycast in front of it has a right, so okay, we can do this. We can do this. So let's do a not a buffer lookup. I want to do a lookup. Lookup, which is going to be components.component data. Let's name these correctly. And then here, I'm going to do another read-only public component lookup components.component data called component lookup. Okay. What do you recommend this one should be then? Recommended name for this one. Read-only. Else got input connection buffer. You just recommend they should be called buffer lookup. Okay, right. Well, no, we don't. We'll do input buffer lookup. So component lookup. Okay. And then here we're going to do component lookup. Actually, this should be component data lookup, shouldn't it? Name it correctly. State get component lookup component lookup components.component data component lookup data update. Awesome. Underscore component data equals component data lookup. Okay, so awesome. So now we are looking for all components in the world, and we're sending all the components into the world. This is, it seems like a lot of effort. Like we're looking up every single item that has component data on it, and we're sending that, we're updating that thing every single time. excuse me. But the computational power required for this isn't what you think it is. Because we set it up here and it basically accesses a system that already updates everything with component data in it. Because the way iSystems and the entity component system works, they already have a list of every single piece of data that you already have. All we're doing is making sure we have the latest version of the list and then sending that in. So we are not generating the list every time here. The list is already generated by the system in the background by default. So it's not. This is not like a get component lookup in Unity's old system. It's not the same overall thing. So it probably does have some overhead, and there might be a better way to do it. But this is the way they recommend doing it themselves. So okay, so okay, if it is us, then ignore us. We still want to do that. If it's got an internal buffer, we want to add it to the internal buffer, which is absolutely fine. I need to send in a reference here to the belt data. Is that right? Yes, because only belts are going to work with this, aren't they? Yeah, type of belt data. So I can now get rid of that type of up there because I do actually need access to the belt data here. Belt data. So down here in the same thing, we can just go if underscore component lookup, component data lookup. Let's rename this. Dot has component hit entity. So if the entity in front of us has a component, so it is a component, so it's a processor, a graphics card, or whatever. Component will be a generic thing that is just it's a component, and then we'll add other stuff to it separately. So it just if you are a component, then what we need to do is we need to go underscore belt data dot component dot is final belt. See, that's not going to work for us because we don't store the belt ahead, do we? So I don't want his final belt. I don't care about that. I just need to know the belt speed and its final destination. Okay. So the final destination will be the hit.entity. Okay. Now why do I send the input buffer in there? Oh, if it has an input buffer, we want to reset the input buffer. Oh, okay. So we also want to send in the one here as well. Do we? Because I might have to reset the Okay, so I'm adding the final destination. Okay, so the last belt will have the final destination. Then this belt needs to tell every other belt, every belt behind it, that I have a final destination. So I need to notify every belt behind it to be a final destination. But that means that it needs to basically have a new tag. here, set up on destination tag. Boom. I don't need to set it to be enabled. Am I just removing or adding it? I can't remember what I was doing. We are setting it to enabled or disabled. I think that's faster. They did a test with like 1 million objects, and I'm pretty sure setting it enabled, setting it false or true was faster than adding or removing it. I might have to go back and double check that. Because one was faster than the other one, and it surprised me when they did that. So connections. So you are going to be enableable. And belt data, we want the belt baker. Where's the belt baker? You are going to also add... Nope, it's not their belt baker. Wasn't the belt baker? Where is it that we had? I need to add the... Where was it? I don't want to input connection buffer on the belt, but it kind of is part of it. It should really be part of the connection system. Is it the placement system? Is it the placement system where I add... Scroll. Ah, here. Place object. Alright. Yes, you add the setup connections, reset connections. Maybe I could just use that. Maybe I could just do the connect. Might be able to use the connections. So, add you to the input buffer. Because I need to okay, so I have the belts like this. When this one detects it's got something in front of it, so boom, there you go, it's now got something in front of it, it needs to tell the belt behind it that I've got something, and then that one needs to the one behind that, and that one needs to the one behind, and they all need to go backwards until they finally get to the last one in the list, which will be pulling out of somewhere else, like another one like this. It'll be pulling out of this one, and then that will tell the system here that, hey, I have a destination, I should be enabled and start running. But I don't know. I don't know how to notify all the other parts of the belt. So if we're setting up the belt system, the reset system resets the input buffer, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. If we are part of the input buffer, so we're looking to the belt in front of us, okay? So this is R1, and this is the front one. what about telling the one in front of us that we are... Hang on. So this will tell the stuff in front of us that we're here. This notifies the belt in front of us that we are here and wants to add us to that. This then says, hey, if you are a component data, then we'll do that there. So what I also want to do is I want to check the belt in front of us to see if the belt in front of us has any belt data that is that has a final destination, and if it does, I want to copy that final destination. But then how would I tell the belt behind me we could also check our own input buffer and retag it with the setup. I just worry that's going to cause recursion. That's going to go no, because the reset one is the one that does the big wide AABB, whereas the setup one only does a single raycast, doesn't it? Right. Okay. So we need to also do a component lookup. Belt data. Belt data lookup. Yep. And here it's going to be belt data lookup equals state dot get component lookup belts dot belt beta belt data lookup update underscore belt to look up equals belt data lookup, and down here read only public component lookup belts dot belt data. I love how it's adding the underscores automatically. Do like that, right? If it has a component, then we want to set the fun destination to us. Okay, and then I want to go if underscore belt data lookup as component. So if the one in front of us has a belt data, okay, then okay, if underscore belt data lookup entity dot final destination dot equals entity dot null, then data dot final destination equals that one. Okay. Emble, hello, good evening. Hope you're having a good day. For each. Oh, I need to come up here and I need to add another one in here. Doesn't matter the order of this. In input connections belts dot input connection buffer underscore input connections buffer. Damn it. For each input for each else dot input connection buffer in underscore input connection buffer. No, not input buffer, look at input connection. In input connection buffer. For each statement we can operate on input. Oh, because it's a dynamic buffer, isn't it? Yeah, this is a dynamic buffer. Hey. Underscore ECB dot add dot set component enabled underscore chunk index comma entity will be the buffer dot input entity comma connection tag true. Okay, so what I'm hoping this will do is we look up if it is a component and then we add it to our final destination. And then we also look ahead. We go, if it has a component, the belt data lookup, which if it passes this, it will fail this because it can't be a component and a belt. So, If it's a component, we add it to our fun destination. If not, it might be a belt. And if it's a belt, we will check if its final destination is not null. If it is not null, then we will add it to our final destination, because that clearly means that we haven't hit a component, but we have hit a belt that has a final destination. And then we will tell every last one of our input buffers that you need to reset your connections, because you need to then take this information. We need to do that there as well. So if we find a final destination, we need to tell every last one of our input connection buffers, which we have done here, and we need to add a component to them all. I don't know if that's going to propagate properly because of the timing on things. Let's find out, shall we? Okay, so let's add a thing there. Then we will go 1. Oh, the writable component belt data. Two containers may not be the same. What do you mean two containers may not be the same? Oh no, we can't use our own belt data. Where do I use our own belt data? Here. Right, I can't have our own belt data and this one come in. Right, okay. If we get rid of that, we've only got 2 places we need to fix that. That's easy though. That's easy. We just go underscore belt data lookup us underscore entity. But, oh no, because it's set to read only, so I can't write to it. I can't. So how do I? How do I write to it? Belt data equals okay, so we can copy the belt data. Belt data dot final destination. We'll just do that. Let's hit dot entity. I'm also going to create a new ball here. Ball. Update connections equals false. Okay. If update connections, then do that. Okay. Damn it. Get rid of that reference. Go away. It's a set component. Set component. Chunk index of this entity. Build data. Okay. Update connections equals true, and then update connections equals true. So we get the belt data from the pool. If it has a component, then we need to do this and update the component. If it has a belt data with a final destination in it, we want to do this. This actually wants to go inside the update connections thing, because that means we have changed the data. If not, there's no point in updating it. And then, yeah, okay. Right, let's see if this works. So, boom, boom, oh. Write-swap buffer lookup, belt data input connection buffers, setup belt drop data buffer is the same buffer as... Huh? Where? What's this? What's this? What's this? The writable buffer lookup, input connection buffer. Input buffer lookup is the same buffer Oh, of course, we got this one as well, haven't we? Okay, yeah. Right, okay. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Where are we doing it here? So here. So we can just look it up ourselves here using the entity we have underscore entity us. Okay, so just look up the buffer with our own entity. So that's our own buffer. So you can't send the buffer in globally and then use it locally at the same time. So that's okay. That's okay. If you're sending it in globally anyway, you can just access it via the entity. So it's not a problem. I think I've run into that before. I feel like I've run into that before. Okay. Now, right. Boom. That's good. Boom. That still throws a wobbly. Where does that throw a wobbly? Don't track belt data has not been added to the entity. Oh. Oops. If underscore belt data lookup dot has component hit dot entity. Okay. So only do this if we actually have belt data on ourselves. Okay. Don't do it on a component. There's no point doing it on a component. Components don't need that sort of thing. They do need to update the connections around them. Okay. Stop. Okay. Oh. Oh. Okay, no wobblies. Cool. Now, boom. That's working. Boom. Let's double check this. Hold on. So the first one has no input buffer. The second one does indeed have an input buffer, but belt data doesn't have a final destination. Up, up. Right, now. None of them have a final destination. Why is that? You should have fired, and you should have hit this guy, the CPU. Because the CPU does indeed have, for some reason, the input entity has got the socket as well. So the socket needs to not do that. The socket does not want to have component things on it, so we have to get rid of that. Right. You have the belt piece entry, which is this belt piece. Yep. But you have not fired for the final destination, which is weird. We definitely have belt data. You get the belt data, so that's fine. If the component lookup data has, if our hit entity has there, then belt data final destination is hit.entity. Right? Have the component tag on you? You have component data. Yes, you have component data. That's weird. You are definitely hitting it because you're sending in the dynamic buffer. So this part is working. Is this part not working? What was set component? No, not set component. Set. Okay, I am very confused now. Why is this not firing? Proud Fishy, hello, good evening. I hope you are having a good day. Do-do-do. Is the raycast not going far enough? Is that a possibility? Let's go to the CPU again. No, the hitbox is definitely... Oh, it's not on the ground, is it? No. Yes, it is. Yep, the hitbox is on the ground, so you're definitely... No, you are hitting the hitbox. We know you're hitting the hitbox. We know that's working. Hang on a moment here. Hang on a moment. Right, so... Boom. One piece of belt, okay? So you have got the CPU socket and the belt piece, which means you've updated your thing. I need to turn off that from the belt piece. The CPU sockets do not need to have that, but we can change that later. So you are definitely hitting, you are raycasting into this and hitting it because you're being added to this element here. So we know the connection is working, but the belt piece isn't updating its belt data. Belt data dot belt speed equals 10. Let's do that just as a quick test. Nope. Okay, so this isn't firing. These two, yeah, did get that, so that's working. You know what? Let's take that out of there and put it there for the minute. And let's outside here set the belt speed to be 7. Okay, that'll be 7 if it's updating the belt. It'll be 10 if it's updating in here. It'll be 20 if something there. Actually, let's set that to 0. So by default they're 1, so then they set to 0, and then they'll set to 10 for this one or 20 for that one, so we can see if one of them at least is firing somewhere. So that should set your belt speed data to... Aha! Okay, so you have set to 0. That's cool. Right, okay. So now, boom and boom. There you go. If I go 3, put you down there, you're a new belt piece. But you haven't updated this belt data. But you definitely have the we need to check if we have the component, not a hit entity. Oh, what an idiot. Oh, what an idiot. Okay, it's fine. Oh, there you go. So now that should be set to speed 1, which means... Wait a minute. Why did you set to speed 1? Yeah, why did you set to speed 1? You should have been set to speed 0. Hang on. That's weird. That's weird. That's... No problem stream against... Oh, cool, cool. Right. This should be firing. Oh, no, because it only fires if it actually hits something in front of it. If there's nothing to fire it, none of this happens. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, right, cool. So we put that one down there. But so yeah, so the first one sets itself to 0 because it has no connection. This one will set 1. That's fine. Let's put down a thing there. It is set to 0. It's hit something in front of it, but it's not anything it wants to do. So that's fine. Then if we do that, it goes to 10. It has a final destination. The belt behind it also has a final destination. Hurrah! It's working. It's working. I don't want to do the speeds though. That was just purely for my testing purposes. Let's do that. Cool. And then I can change this as well to be in here. So if we don't hit something with a component, or we don't hit something with another belt that has the data, we never update the connections, which means this doesn't run. Because we don't need to be updating stuff and changing things if that happens. So, okay, now let's test. Let's test. So here we go. Right. So let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Turn around the corner. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Turn around the corner. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. All of these have no entity for their input. Just above my head there, you see no entity. If I now add this to it and then a component to it, boom, the first belt piece, which is this one here, should now have, in theory, none. Damn it. Why didn't that work? You've got one, you haven't. Why did that not propagate backwards? Damn it. Ah, it did. It did. Okay. But I needed to reset it again, didn't I? Why did I have to reset it again? You got the CPU, but the one behind you didn't update. I think I know why. I think that is because when you do the entity component manager, it updates all these in order, which means this one is checking this one, is checking this one, then this one is checking that one, but that one didn't have anything, and then this one is adding this, isn't updating the stuff behind it. Because it's added it, and then we're updating all the stuff behind it in turn. So how do I fix that? We could regularly update the belts. Like check every belt in the game every so often to make sure it has a connection. which I might have to do anyway, because if we was then to remove this component, this belt might update, but the rest wouldn't. Which means they're all going to be raycasting really quickly. I don't really want to do that. Update every belt every time you place a component. That won't work either though, because that's what we're doing now. We're doing that and it's propagating back through, but it's not propagating back through properly. The only way I can think of doing this is to actually hold on. Set up final destination tag. Maybe we should do this one. Maybe I should actually use this thing I was going to do here. Not use this system to do it. Have a separate system that checks all of the belts that don't have a final destination in them and fires ahead of time. Let's do that. Let's take some of this up because I've got two scripts doing things I want to do. So set up final connection. Oop. Right, and then what I want to do is can I reopen the placement system? You want to come down here to the placement system here, and there's a few things I actually want to do. So if state.entity-manager.hasComponent data. Socket entity. I don't want socket entity. Hold on. What's this? Wait, why is this socket entity? What? Why are we sending the socket entity? Hold on. What am I doing with the socket? I'm confused now. Oh no, we sent it in just to get the socket entity. So no, I want to know if if we have belt data, then I want to add a setup connections reset tag. This doesn't really matter, does it, if I do this? No. Really doesn't matter if I do that. Where were we? Yeah, it really, because the placement system's got access to so many other things in the world. Yeah. So I want to add this if it's got belt data or component data. Right, so hang on. Right, so I don't need to do this. Nope, I can do this here. If building data dot equals component dot belt, then add ECB, add component entity dot new component new. Don't need to worry about the connections. Just get rid of that. We'll use connections. It's fine. Set up final destination tag. Okay. Right. But I want to also add them here. Okay. I want to add the setup connection and reset connection tag to the component data. Do I want to add it if it's a component as well? Well, I do need to have the reset connection one at least. Don't need to set up connections on this. I need the reset connection one, so that when you plonk it down the world, it resets everything around it. Right, okay. So reset connection is fine. I don't think this will fail. It might fail with this one because it might try and set up the connection tag on something it can't hit. I need to test if it has the connection tag, which means I might need to send in as far as the reset connection tag, but it doesn't fire on stuff that has the setup connection tag. Yeah, that's going to fail if I don't have the setup connection tag on everything, does it? I don't want to fire the setup connection tag on stuff that has belt data, don't I? So if I only want to deal with this on belt, we might be able to do that with the layers. We might be able to trick it. So we might be able to put belts on their own layer and have this only fire against stuff that's on the belt. So it only set up the connection system on the belts. That's going to be the best way to do this, I think. Okay. Then I want to go into our prefab belts and change a belt piece from entity to belts. And then I need to go into our project settings. And I need to make sure that you collide with default stuff. But also I need belts to collide with entities and themselves. I also actually need entities to collide with themselves as well, please. Okay. I also don't need gravity for this game, but that's okay. So here, right, placement system. Where are you doing the AABP thing here? So we're doing vision filter dot collides with plus equals 1 to 8. I'm using 8 is the belts layer. I should not be doing this. I should be doing things. Although I do think collision filter the default will now cover us. Because we might be able to go to the break something using the why are you installing the A launcher? Oh my god. See, default doesn't collide with itself, so that's the default now. Can I go collision layer dot 0? One? No. I guess 0 means no collisions. The default one would be yeah. No, I think I do need to do this. Okay. Yeah. Right. So the reset connection one doesn't need to be entities, it needs to be 8. 8 is belt layer. Okay, so you just collide with the belt. Ah, nope. Nope. Vision filter dot collides with equals undo. Okay, and then down here so you here needs to so you need to collide with both the belts and the entities. Then here we need to take away the entities layer and just reset the connections on the belt. So we take away the entities here. Right, okay. That will hopefully work. Right. Set up final destination. Right, so let's do away with that one. So this one needs to have job. Let's come in here and let's delete that script because I messed up and it was the wrong thing. This is the script. Set up final destination system. Connections. Thank you. And here, pop, slap that in there. You were going to throw a complete wobbly on me. Actually, no, you're not. Right. So first and foremost, let's come in here. Let's see what we're doing here. So we collide with entities. So I need to wait, but later. Right, okay. Okay, we just collides with everything, that's fine. Right, so set up the connections one. Let's go into here first. Because you need to collides with plus equals 1 to 8. 8 is the belts layer. So you collide with the belts as well. Okay. You draw a line, that's fine, don't worry about it. And we do over this because we don't need any of that. Component data and belt data is not required. Nope. Cool, so we can get rid of all that. Awesome. Get rid of those. Get rid of those and get rid of those. And so you can go back to how you were originally. Okay. Let's copy all of this, paste it in there. We do not need the input buffer lookup, we need the other ones, which I just deleted from the previous script like an idiot. Okay. I don't want this, I want a component lookup. Component data and data and then a belt component lookup belt data lookup. Component data lookup equals get component lookup data and belt data lookup equals state dot belt data lookup belts dot belt data. Oop, there you go. Okay. Cool. Right, so now we do not need the internal buffer here, which means we do not need that one because we're not doing the buffer lookup here. It's not what this is about. Okay, so get rid of that. Underscore component data lookup is going to data lookup, and underscore belt data lookup equals belt data lookup. Okay, and then this should do all the job here absolutely fine, except this wants to be the final destination data tag, and so does that. Okay. Oh no, you do need that internal buffer. Ah, damn it. Because you need to fire back along that. Okay, that's okay. That's okay. Oop. You are firing. Right, what do? You fire against the belts and the entities. Okay. You only want to fire against belts. No, you don't. No, you don't. So you want to fire against both the entities layer and the belt layer, because when we cast our ray, let's change this one to green so we know which one is firing. Okay, you will enable the setup connection tag. Okay, but that well, that's only if you've got. That's only if you are. So yeah, that will be fine, because that won't fail, because it's looking for belts on the internal connection, and it doesn't. We should never. This should never. The internal connection buffer. Well, this only fires if we have belt data. And we know belt data will have the setup connection tag. That's fine. And then here, I want to get rid of that one because we don't want to reset that. We want to instead this one will cast ray. For everything we hit, if it's ourselves, ignore it, because that might happen. If it has belt data, that means it's a belt. And then we don't want to update the connections. We want to grab the belt data. If it's hit a component, then we want to set the final connection and update that. Or if it's hit a belt that has the update, we want to do this. Okay, and then if that is true, I want to update the belt data, and I want to tell every other one of my belts that you need to reset, basically. And then I want to come in here and I want to go final destination tag here. But this will only disable if the final destination is not valid. Okay, and we'll only fire on people that have a final destination tag. Now, one other thing I need to do is I need to go around and I need to check, and I need to have a system, an independent system, going around checking every one of my belts to make sure that the fun destination on the belt is valid. If it's not valid, I need to clear it to make it null, and then I need to tell every other belt in this area to update itself, and well, I just need to, yeah, well, no, I'd have to tell itself and every belt in its previous one that it's wrong. The fun destination no longer exists, basically, and that would be a failsafe if the thing gets removed for some reason. Okay, play. You will have a setup foundation, so you are going to be constantly firing green line, correct? No. Yes. Yeah, no. This for some bizarre reason, if I'm firing from the sky down an angle, I don't get to see the gizmo, which is just stupid. I don't know what that is. That must be a weird Unity bug or something. I don't know. But all these belts would have their setup fun destination still running. Now they all disabled because they have a final destination. Awesome. Awesome. And they all have a CPU socket. Nice. Okay. So I need to go into the they also want to I also want to make sure the belts are, if they don't have a final destination, I don't want them moving. I don't want the belts like moving, doing yeah. Nog, hello, good evening. I hope you are having a wonderful day. I'm making conveyor belts. Yep, and they are working, kind of. So they're not moving yet. That's a thing. They don't actually do anything, but I'm just trying to set up the whole system of the belts need to know where they're going to drop stuff off before they put things into it. So right now they don't have any destination, and then if I go and put a destination down in front of them, every last one of the belts has a destination now. It knows where it's going to, which is awesome. Okay. So in there, yeah. So I need to what I need to do here is I need to come into here, belt data. I need to reopen the belt data. Give me the belt data. But I need, right, so I need to have the belt speed, which is how fast it's going to be going. And then I need to have a it would have different speed belts, obviously. But I need to stop the belt if it has no destination. Yeah. So let's rename this to belt speed default. Public belt speed current. Name them that way around, because then belt speed and belt just, it makes more sense. So I want to go belt data dot belt speed current equals 0, and then belt data dot find destination equals entity dot null. So we null it all out. Okay. If we reset the find destination, we want to null this all out so it has no speed and it has no thing by default. Then if we have hit a system, then we actually want to set it to this and go belt data dot belt speed current equals belt data dot belt speed default. Yeah, that's going to be the best way to do that. So and we'll just, when we're moving objects, we'll use the belt speed current, and then this can change it, and then we don't have to worry about trying to figure something out. And we can add, like, if we do research that makes the belts faster, then it can be belt speed current times the research, which is fine. You are going to be exactly the same. So if you find a component with that going on there, and then I'm going to right at the end of it all update the belt, regardless of whether we update the connections or not. We update this. Okay, if we update the connections, we tell everybody else to get ready for it. We disable the tag, and then we update this. Otherwise, we're going to be updating it every frame, which kind of sucks, but I need to be able to reset it back to entity.null. Actually, we won't reset it every frame. We'll only be resetting it whenever this tag appears, because this tag only fires on that have the set up final tag. So it only fires once and then disables itself, or fires every time it's not it has the tag up. So we might be setting the component data over and over and over and over and over on some belts, but if you have many belts in your game that don't have a destination, then that's on you. Really. Yeah. So okay, play. You should all have current belt speed is 0, which is nice. And then if I put down a thing, there you go, current belt speed becomes 1, and you have a destination. I have no way of deleting objects yet, so I can't actually do that thing, but yeah. And the CPU now shouldn't have, no, it doesn't have the socket in it anymore either. A reset connections tag. But then when we go reset connections tag, we get rid of the layer here, and we want to do this. We also want to do both tags. We want to re-enable both tags. So we're going to look for the setup connections, and we're going to do the final destination one, because we might have deleted the processor, so it no longer has a final destination. Yeah. Okay. Right. So, what do I need to do now? Now I need to have some form of grabber. Now, this is the way that Icaria does it. So they have their belts in the world. I can't do it with the game actually, so it's just they have their belts in the world. No, 11.05, 11.1. There we go. And then 16.0, 11.2. Yeah. So they have the belts in the world like this, but the belts themselves are dumb. They don't know what to do. Belts just basically go, hey, if I've got an entity on me, I'm going to move it forward. Cool. Okay. And that's it. That's all they care about. They just move it forward and keep going forward and forward and forward and forward, until eventually the entity gets to the last belt, and then that last belt's going to have to input it into something. But we'll figure that one out. We'll figure that one out. So I think my components will probably do the grabbing thing. So yeah, but yeah, so they have the belts to do things there, and they're the dumb ones. The stuff to put stuff onto the belts, they have another object, like this. They have another object that 0, 2 that sits like above it, just like this, and that object is responsible for taking items out of the box behind it and putting them on the belt. That's its purpose in life. So it would sit here, and its whole purpose is to take from the item behind and put it onto the belt. That's what it does. It goes dump, 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 and it's responsible. So if the belt has space on it, and the belt has a final destination, and the final destination type matches the object type that it's trying to pull, it will put it on the belt. Then the belts just move things along, and the belts don't care what's on top of them. They just move things along. So yeah, it's all down to the grabbers. The grabbers are the idea behind it. That's why I need the belts to be able to have a final destination of their own, because they need to propagate all the way back along to the beginning to tell the grabber, hey, we found a destination, we found somewhere to go. And then the grabber will be, aha, okay, where is it, what is it, and what does it need? And is the thing behind me gonna do that? Now, the way I'm going to do this, I think, is I'm going to have the user manually put down grabbers. Although I would like to be able to put them down. it's kind of awkward. It is kind of awkward because I'm already raycasting forward every time you place a bell. Do I also want to raycast backwards to check whether behind you is a thing that has component data? It has an output buffer. I suppose we could. I'm using a lot of raycasts. I'm a little, although I am using them sparingly. I'm not firing raycasts a million times every frame. We're only firing them when there's no destination available. I can also slow down the belt propagation as well. If it becomes a problem, it is absolutely possible for us to come here and rather than schedule this job every frame, we could schedule it every like 20 times, like we are with the mouse. The mouse cursor is firing 20 times a second. It's not actually firing every frame. We could do that here. We could have this fire 20 times a second instead, which I know may seem like a lot, 20 times a second, but that's 3 times slower than 60 FPS. So you're already going to gain 3 times the performance from that. Not that performance is going to be a big deal, but yeah. I would also make sure. Oh, hang on. Have I actually told the camera movement baker game manager? Do I actually have a script that is just for? No, I don't. Can I create a new script in here, which is actually going to be a mono behavior, because it is going to be like one of the only mono behaviors we're going to have. I actually know if
I am having the fun.
Having the fun. I am having the fun too. I'm having the very confusing fun, but the fun nonetheless. So can I drop that on the game manager? And then I want to do stuff like application dot target frame rate equals 60. Application running background is true. And can I do that? Is that allowed in the baker? Not technically right, but the baker runs every frame. Okay. Because I never did check the so we're running at 144 FPS. Off VSync. There we go. Not off VSync. We're now running at 60 FPS. That's that's what I want. Because if you enable VSync, it actually it disables this thing here. So you need to go application dot sync frame rate sync. Nope. Stream, you can change the path. We'll just leave it like that. We'll just leave it like that. That's fine. That's fine. Adam, hello, good evening. Couldn't you have the grabber find the belt? Yes, yes, I could. If I have the grabber as a separate entity. So if the grabber is a thing that the player has to put down itself, then yes, the grabber could find the belt and the thing behind it. That's fine. What I'm thinking though is that if you drag a belt out from a building, should it add a grabber by default? I don't know. I kind of think it should. The other alternative to this is that the grabbers, as they were, are I want to have them built into the process, into the components, because you're going to have input and output belts wherever you want them on them. So the grabbers are going to, so it's going to be kind of like the way Foundry does it, or the way Factorio does it, where you have a grab, literally a grabber, grabbing from and putting on the belt. So you have to manually put them in. I also need to be smart about it, because I need to, what if you turn the belts around? What if you reverse the belt for whatever reason? Or the pin could find, yeah, but I don't know whether we're going to have the inputs and outputs on our pins are so at the moment, the way I've got it set up is that there is no input and output. They're both inputs and outputs, depending on what you want to do with them. I toyed with the idea of doing the way Foundry does it, where you have to have either a grabber or a puller on it. So a grabber would grab into it and a puller would pull from it. So this is technically a puller, not a grabber. But it's a grabber. It's the same thing, you know. You have to have a device that inputs as well as a device that outputs. But I kind of prefer that works better in a game where belts are free flowing, and you just put whatever on the belt and it takes whatever off the belt, you know, does that. Whereas this is going to be more plugging in. So yeah. So yeah. 3 potential inputs into a belt. There are that is already a thing that we have. So if I put a belt down like this, so I've got a couple of belts here. So this center belt obviously has 1 dynamic input buffer, but if you put another belt in rotating towards it, it gains 2, and then if we put a third one in facing towards it, it gains 3. So it's already, there's already a system in here where this belt can pull from either of the belts around it. So the belts already know about pulling from other belts. So basically all the grabber does is tell the belt it can pull from this destination. The belt is technically the thing that pulls from it. But I don't want to do that, because then the belt will pull whatever it can from the belt behind it. But then the belt could always check its final destination itself, couldn't it? The belt could be responsible for checking our destination and pulling out of it. And basically all the grabber is doing, all this magic box here is doing, isn't actually pulling stuff from it. It's just telling the belt there is something behind you can pull from. Because the component behind it, if I put in I think obviously these don't have any connection, but if I do this, this component, doesn't tell anything around it that it's there. The belts are the ones that search for it. So we could have it so that this thing that we're going to pull from, the puller or whatever it is the one that tells the belt, hey, you have a thing. There is something behind you that you can pull from. So, and then the belt's responsible for doing all the work anyway. Well, the system that's going to be involved will query the belt, and then the belt will do all the things anyway. So that'll be fine. It's just that what I wanted to do was that if you pull the belt away from one of these guys, it automatically adds this, which means we'd have to raycast back into it. Because I want to have the ability as well to, you're not going to put down belts one at a time. This is stupid. You're going to be able to drag and put belts in like that, you know, and they're going to go in. Obviously. Then, yeah, I think that's all we need to do. And I'll just make an object that's just going to be grabber. Okay, simple as that. The object is the grabber, and it just grabs from there. Or it's not even a grabber. It's just a connection. It's a connection. We'll call it a puller. A puller makes more sense. That'd be more efficient for the component. The problem to that is that then the component would have to advertise at every point along its bit. It would have to advertise at every point, and it would have to connect to every single belt along its point. The best way I could do that would be to actually do exactly the same as what I'm doing now with the belts. So right now with the belts, when we have the setup connection system, we are raycasting forward, which is here, as you probably saw in the previous one. We're raycasting forward, and if we find something that has an input connection buffer, we're going, hello, I'm here. But what they could do is they could fire backwards and check if something behind them has an output and register themselves with the output. So a component, like the processor, the component would have an output buffer. The belts would register themselves with the output buffer. And then the component will go, well, I've got something on me that's ready for transport. Find a belt that has a destination where it wants to go and put it on that belt. The problem to that is I think we do actually I do technically add an output buffer to the component and an input connection buffer to the component. Do I add an output connection buffer to the hold on. Do I add a... Yeah, I actually add an output connection buffer to the belt as well. I don't want to do that. I don't want an input and output buffer on the belt. The belts want to have a data container. Basically, yeah. Would the belt allow input from left and right? At the moment, it does. It probably shouldn't. The belt should only ever go forward. They should never go left. You know, they should never allow input from left and right. But right now, a belt can give items to another belt. Run a belt parallel to the component. No, that was never the plan. So if you put a belt like this along here, this will not output onto the belt. That wasn't going to be allowed. You have to come straight out of the component. But so that's the thing. If I did then have a grabber component, that would be valid. We could load onto the side of the belt, because the grabber component, the little grabber that we put into it, would then just go. The grabber is the one that makes the connection between the component to the belt. That's all it's good for. It just does that. It does from the belt. So then the belt itself, the belt's input connection buffer would gain a connection from this and from the belt behind it. So, but right now this one's got a belt behind it, but it would then also grab one from the side. So you could do that. I don't know why you'd ever want to do that, because I don't know, maybe you got belts or the bus that's faster than your processor, so you could load multiple things onto it. I suppose it's a game. It's not an actual internal computer. Internally in the computer, you have the bus runs from one point to another point and doesn't interject with other stuff, because that causes weird data corruption. But it's a game, so there's no reason why that shouldn't be a thing the user could do, the player could do. The only thing that would have to be absolute is that the final belt must be facing inwards. There wouldn't be a pusher which pushes off the belts into it. So now all these guys would have a final destination, which they do, is the CPU. Because if you could push off a belt, technically there could be multiple final destinations, which is not what I want. Think that's not what I want. Yeah, that's the thing. It's I mean, it will be. I know I'm using belts, but imagine them more like shoots or. But yeah, it's I know. It's a belt, but it's not. It's not a belt, if that makes sense. But it is. I mean, it's a conveyor that moves items from one place to another. The items in questions are just purely data. So. But what I didn't want to do originally was I didn't want to have the belt moves data from one place to another. That was the whole idea of it. That's the point of it. So you go from your memory to the processor, and then you'd have another one that goes out to your graphics card or whatever. And another one that goes out to the sound card or whatever, and then the belts come back again. And the challenge of the game is that you're going to have all these belts that have to go to their own individual destinations, and you have to make sure they don't undo it. Yeah, a pipe would probably visualize it better, or maybe just something that didn't have the arrows on it, something that was that's more that I can see things. So it's technically just a copper wire or a gold wire. But we're already dealing on very small scales. This is 0.1 anyway, so I do want you to be able to see the stuff moving inside it. That would be nice, unless we just use a visualization for that. So yeah, it could literally be a pipe. A pipe would work. I would still want to know the direction it's traveling. You know, it has to have some visualization to show you the direction it's traveling. But also, because we're going to allow the belts can technically connect to each other, I think I need to treat this more like a game and less like the actual internals of a computer. So, because there are players out there that want to do sushi belts, and I hate sushi belts, so my brain is going, no, I don't want sushi belts. But people want sushi belts. Sometimes they want to put multiple things on the same belt and have it go around in circles and just take off wherever you want to take off from it. That should be allowed. That should definitely be allowed. It's not realistic from a computer standpoint, but then well, the game itself isn't going to be realistic anyway, because you'll be able to take out the socket and the processor and put new ones on the same motherboard. That's not quite how it's going to work anyway, but or maybe you're not getting a hedgehog voice? I don't know why you're not getting a hedgehog voice. I'm definitely talking. I'm definitely here. I think Adam can hear me. Are you getting the music? I haven't muted myself. I haven't muted myself all stream. Yep, Emble's getting it. Adam's getting it. Have you finally gone deaf, Wanderer? Has it finally happened? I'm back and I'm 8-bit now. So, okay, so if I want to treat this more like a game and have the user decide what goes where and when, so it would be up for the player to put down the grabbers and then configure the grabbers to grab whatever they want. So if they go, okay, this belt goes from here to this processor, you only grab compute stuff. And if we've got a second processor, and that second processor is designed for AVX instructions, for instance, or a floating point unit. So early on, you had the processor, and then you had a floating point unit. So data that goes to the floating point unit will be on its own belt, and data that goes to here will be on its own, and you have to configure the stuff for whatever you want to do. I would like to absolutely try and borrow the idea, not steal, borrow, be heavily influenced by Icaria, and have belts be smart, so they kind of only take out data they want, and that can be overwritten by the user if you want to. So like the request system that Icaria's got. Oh, absolutely, absolutely. But I feel if I don't give the player the choice and I make it so that the belts only have one point and one destination, people are going to get very bored of the game early, because it's just be, oh, well, I'll drag this to here, I'll drag this to here, drag this here, and then drag that one to there, and that's it. There's no, you know, the puzzle comes in trying to figure out getting the belts from here to there, and here to there, and here to there, without crowding your whole motherboard up. That'd be the challenge to it. But there wouldn't necessarily have to be a reason as to why you couldn't put multiple items on a belt. Belts accept anything with 3 inputs and 3 outputs. Yeah. 3 inputs and 2 outputs. 3 inputs and 2 outputs. Maybe 3 inputs, 3 outputs, because well, I say 2 outputs because you've got the natural flow of the belt and then a puller which would pull off of it. Yeah. They are designing a motherboard, and that would include the connections and where they go. Yeah. So you could have the belts you could have a single belt that goes between your memory and processor, and then goes between memory and graphics card, or you could have one belt that goes to both, and then it just takes off whatever it needs as it goes by. You know, the belt could come along, go by, and you could have a puller here which pulls the data off. And that means that this final destination thing that I've done here isn't going to work for us. We're going to have multiple destinations. That's what I've got right now, Wanderer. Right now, you can only output from the end of a belt. You can't output from the side of it. Which does limit, like belts then can only really have one input and one destination. There's nowhere else for a belt to go. So that chat is quite large up there now, isn't it? That chat is quite large up there. Is that too big? Is that no, it's probably a lot easier to read now, actually. I have been constantly playing with the chat thing. I'm trying to get it to move up every time a message disappears, but it doesn't work. So but if I take inspiration also from like Factory Town, for instance, where you can put anything on a belt and it's up to you to choose what goes on the belt. Yeah, chat is big on your screen. You've got quite a big screen though. You've got quite a big screen. Is it easily readable? That's the important thing. Is it easily readable, or was it readable previously? Because it always seemed a little small to me. Yeah, so if I just treat it like a game, the belts are just belts, and we treat them a bit more like Factory Town belts, where it's up to the user to choose what goes on the belt. Then it just goes on the belt, and the belt goes to wherever it wants to go to, kind of like Factorio and Factory Town and Satisfactory and all those sort of things. The belts go onto whatever's onto the belt, and it only goes to its destination if that was the thing I was thinking. I was thinking, even full screen, the chat previously looked a little small, whereas now I'm not sure if it's too big or not. I'd like to try and get the bubbles working so that it's not just this big black block up here. It's a bubble. So you sent me a screenshot, did you? I don't think you did. Nope, I don't think you did. I think you might have said that to somebody else. Yeah, but if we did it that way, there you go. It's aha. Right. Yeah, that I mean that's yeah. That's all right. That's readable, isn't it? It's I might have to make it a little bit smaller. I might have to make it a bit, yeah. So yeah, so whatever comes out of the thing is up to the user to configure what comes out of it. It's up to you to go to wherever you want to go to. So by that definition, you could then have belts come down, split. You're on an 11-inch device? Yeah, I think there might be some people. I mean, I don't know how readable that is on phones. I mean, it is. Oh, actually, it should be there. It should be. I mean, I can always shrink it down to sort of whatever size it is, but what I'd really like to do is leave it kind of full screen, like that, if possible, but then actually change the font size itself. But I don't know. I don't know whether that's... Yeah. I don't know. That's the problem. Some streamers that I've watched, the chat is so small on the screen you can barely read it. Some people even have it just scrolling across the bottom of the screen, just literally just scrolling across as one line of text, and like, what? Eh? And other people have got it like I've kind of got it. One side of the whole screen is the chat hidden over there. So yeah. The only problem with that, however, it's that's probably not the best place to put it. It's probably better for this thing for me to put it over there, or like here somewhere or something, because that's right in the way when I click on this thing here, showing you the data of stuff that's happening. It's right on top of it. So if I was to put it over there, that might make it a little bit better. Let me go with that. That's how I used to have it. That's how it used to be before. That size. Although the font size is bigger. That's the size of the thing it used to be, but now the font size is bigger. Which I was hoping would make life easier to read. So, yeah. I don't know. There's not enough space on the screen. That's the problem. Not enough space on the screen. Chat at a front face. I know what we'll do. Hold on. Is that better? I think that might be a little too large, maybe. I did notice you made me a bit. I did notice. I did comment on it, and now I'm completely invisible, and you can't tell anymore. So, yeah. I'll put it back there for the minute. I'll have another play with it at some point. I need to possibly just do a bit of a stream at the start of a stream where I just muck about with the chat, trying to get it to do its thing. So, we'll leave it. We'll leave it over there for a minute. It's a little large. It's not. I mean, this is important, but it's not as important as this. So, yeah, we'll leave it over there for a minute. Yeah. Hello there. So right, okay, so yeah, so if I was to go more of that one, but so the way Icaria does it and the way the Crust does it, they do it very similarly with their belts. Is that the belt only sends any items down the belt if the destination requires them. Okay. So, actually, I could just have a final destination here. On a belt. And then maybe like with the way Icaria does it, and the Crust, you have splitters you put in if you wanted to. I mean, I want to give the user the option to build whatever the hell they want to build, basically. So you could have splitters, so you could have a belt come out, goes to a splitter that goes to 2 different destinations, which would be slower than if you had an individual belt for each one. So that's up to the user if they want to do that sort of thing. Maybe they've researched belts and made their bus faster, but their processes are slower, so they transfer data faster that way so they can get it to multiple places. That's fine, whatever you want to do. Again, game, not realistic, game. And then the way that works is that each belt, when it goes back to its origin point, like it's the connection point, Icaria does that. Basically, if you have a splitter, so either a T-junction or a small storage, the T-junction obviously has 3 connections and a storage has 4. But they all have a request system. So the small storage would then be able to take in multiple destinations, so it could have multiple destinations to it, and it would broadcast down the belt to go, hey, I want, or I can accept these different types of things. So the puller will go, well, hey, you can accept component data and you can accept sound data. So I will send that all on the belt down to you, and then you sort it out. You send it to everyone to go to. So they're like little buffer stops. I don't want to do it the way Icaria's done it with the buffers, though, where like the middle thing fills up with data and waits to send it on. I don't think that's really going to work. What I want to do is more, rather than having a buffer in the center, I want that to just literally be a splitter, and then have the CPU be like, hey, I can store 20 bits of data, send me 20 bits of data. And the belt will go, okay, here's 20 bits of data. And it goes, well, I need 20, so it starts sending them. And then when it fills up, it goes, well, I don't need any more, so it stops. Which means your belts might fill up. Which might not be a good idea. I don't know. Unless it could know how many are on the way. Like, this could notify the destination. Like, I've sent this many, expect this many. And it goes, okay, I'm expecting 5. I only need 5. Don't send any more. And it goes, okay, I've sent 5. They're going to get to you at some point, I hope. And we'll do that. And then the splitter will go, okay, where are these going? So that wants 5 of them. So we'll send 5 of them that way. And this one goes for 4. Might be a bit confused. The system might get very confused if you have multiple processors. I don't know. But then each actual packet of data, bit of data, could have a destination written inside it. And then the splitters know where to route it, because they can just read the data and go, oh, you are destined for component A. So off you go to component A. There you go. Component A has got its 5 bits of data. It processes 1 bit of data and then goes, hey, I've now got space for 1 bit of data. And this goes, aha, okay, I am connected to you via the belts, so I will send the data. And if you break the belt, then the belt just propagates all the way through and goes, aha, no longer have a destination, and the destination is just removed from this. And if there happens to be something on the belt that's on its way when you break it, it will go nowhere. Yeah, that's what I want to avoid. I don't want to have the C junctions or the mini storages or things have a buffer inside them. It kind of works in a car area because it makes sense with the way the system works. You know, it's trying to make sure that your goods are at the closest point they can be to the destination. I think I'd much rather have it that the components themselves have a storage inside them. You have to wait for the data to get to them. They process the data, and then, as I said, it wants 5 bits of data. We send 5. When it processes 1, it then goes, I want 1 bit of data, so 1 more leaves. And then another one leaves, and another one leaves, and another one leaves, and another one leaves, until it doesn't have any more things for that. Also, that would work as well in a situation where you might have multiple belts coming into the same thing. It would request 5 items, so it would then go through every connector that's connected to it, which is this one over here. This is the connector. The belt is just the traveler, the connector, and it would go first connector. I need data, so send me 1 bit of data if you have it. And it goes, I do have 1 bit of data, have 1 bit of data. And then it would go to the next one, and the next one, and the next one. So it would evenly balance between all the inputs. It would just call 1 from each one until it no longer needs any more, till it's filled up. I think that would work. I think that would be a good way of doing it, because then you can build belt, as I said, you can build 1 belt that splits into many, or many belts that join into 1, for instance. So you'd have 3 inputs, three lines of memory, with belts coming out, all connect to 1 belt to a processor. Not really a very efficient way of doing it, but again, you might have, yeah, that might keep it stupid. Yeah, well, the belts are going to be kind of stupid. The belts are going to be, I have an item, just send it down the line. I don't care where it's going to go. Send it down the line, and it's up to the pullers to put stuff on the belt. Simple as that. So yeah, the biggest problem with refactoring it later is that if you don't put in the fundamentals for what you want it to achieve, refactoring becomes completely rewriting because the systems are quite with that. So anyway, let's create, do you know what, let's use this. This seems like a really good thing. Let's just use this. Let's call this a connector. Is connector the right term? Puller? Connector's wrong, because connector could be an input or output, couldn't it? Output node. Output node. So we'll have output nodes. We can have splitter nodes. Don't need merger nodes, although we could technically do merger nodes, I suppose. So belts can't talk to belts. Well, belts do want to talk to belts, but you know, belts can. Maybe belts are only allowed 1 input, and you have to have a merger. All of them? That would be a bit weird. No. Output node. It can be an output node. Okay. Boom. Output node. It can just be a box. That's fine. It's got a box collider. Does it need anything else? I don't think it needs anything else. Nope. Right. Make that a prefab. It can be part of the things there. So temporary thing. It's an output node. Okay. Cool. I need to hold on. Nope. I need to pro-booderize this because I need to change the pro-booderize you. Pro-booderize mesh. Pro-booderize. Pop. Confirm. Okay. Boop. Cool. what I need to do is I need to no, hang on. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Make me a new thing. Pro Builder. Go over to the Pro Builder. Right, okay. So I need to. What do? That. Pressing the wrong buttons all the time. That's what I'm doing. I want to make a new Pro Builder. Make me a cube and call it an output. No. Wow, massive. Okay. Make it 0.1 by 0.1 by 0.1. There we go. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Right. Then I need to edit this thing here because I need to make sure its center of origin is at the right place. Storm Chaser, hello, good evening. I hope you are having a good day. So go here, make this the pivot point. Oh, 0.01. Damn you. 1, 2. Make it 0.2. No, make it 0.1. Akara, hello, good evening. Good evening, welcome. I hope you're having a good day. I don't think I want it to be this tall either. Get rid of the mesh collider, add a box collider. That. Doing a mix of Blender. Can you tell what I don't use? I like Pro Builder. I was eyeing up a thing called UModeler, which is basically Blender inside Unity, but they want a lot of money for it. So I'm like, no, maybe not, mate. But yeah, Pro Builder. I like Pro Builder. Pro Builder is nice to be able to just. You can build stuff with it, you can make fancy shapes with it. It doesn't really do smoothing very well, so it's not fantastic for that, but you can make all sorts of shapes and stuff with it, all just in Unity. The only problem with them is that Pro Blender mesh filters aren't registered or recognized by the entity system. So you have to export them and get them to re-import them to create their own solid models. So, but that was a very easy thing to work around anyway. Yeah. Right. So let me reset the box collider like so. Okay. It's going to be slightly inside the buildings, hence why it's over the edge here. It's going to be slightly inside the building behind it, and that's fine. We want to do that. Let me color it as well. Materials with my fantastic make it black. So yeah, like curves in models been having from the one I couldn't stay. You can do. I've seen people do fantastic things with it, like build actual proper terrain and stuff with Pro Builder. But I I'm not that good with it. So yeah, Blender's the better way to go, and I should probably try and learn Blender at some point. Pro Build is easy, and it's inside Unity, and I don't need another program, and I don't need to think. Although the benefit of having another program means that you then have them file saved elsewhere, and you can't mess them up inside Unity, which I've done a few times. Right, so grab that one, and then that one, and then drag on. I think it was pin input. No, it was not pin input. Nope, that's not it either. Okay. I've completely lost. What's the texture called? Input-output connector. Oh, I know why. The UV is going to be mapped differently on it. That's why. Yeah, the UV is going to be mapped differently on that. Yeah. That's why. That's why. Okay. So I don't have the input-output pin input. Pin input-output later. That's that one. Yeah, that should be. Actually, hold on. Why has that gone sideways? I also really need to fix this. That's the default. I don't know why it's all bitty like that and not on this side. I don't get it. So yeah, the UVs are wrong on this. I can't remember how you do UV editing in Pro Builder. I can't remember where the UV editor is. Actually, be completely compressed. No, set in one of the where's there. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Now, how do I... The first image face will be drawn for coordinate snapshot. The first selected face material. That one. That's not right. You set all them to 0%. Right, okay. That's kind of right, but not at the same time. So I want that one and that one. Oh, that was the wrong button. I pressed the Windows key. That one and that one. There we go. And then I want to move them up to. Okay. The thing that's showing me here on this image and the thing that I'm seeing on the screen are two different things completely. There we go. It looks a bit like a that'll do. Off, job done. Okay, right. So let me boom, Pro Builder, export, prefab, boom, prefabs, output node goes in Pro Builder models, a reset connection object. What was that? What? Oh, no. Leave you alone. We want you. I know what you're for. You're going to go into the belts one because you're technically one of the belt systems, so that's fine. Now we hide that one there, and then we go to this output node here, and it has a standard mesh renderer, not a Pro Builder mesh renderer. That's fine. It has multiple textures. It's fine. It's good. It's golden. Okie dokie. Now, do game manager, builder objects. Builder objects. I need to create a new one of you. Ooh, will this work? Capabilities are nothing for a belt. That's fine. Duplicate. Belt output node. Oh, it is a belt. This is going to be called output node. Output node. That's fine. The prefab is going to be duplicate this. I still need to figure out ghosting, or I don't have to duplicate everything. The duplication one does not want the box collider. This wants to be on the ignore raycast node. The output node wants to be on the belt line. That's fine. Belt output node wants to have the output node ghost. The buildable object socket wants to be a belt. Let's just put a belt piece down there. Belt. Okay. Uh-oh, I have a thing with two GUI. No, right. Delete. I can't duplicate these things, idiot. I must create a new one every time. Otherwise, it will not get a thing. Output node. Right, you want to have your socket be that, otherwise this GUID will not be different. I don't need it to be different because this is how we're saving stuff. So you want to have the cancel the output node ghost. Put on, there you go. Let us copy this and then manually do our thingamabob. Placement system. Base 4. Set up ghost ref state. That number. This is all temporary in here, and there's nothing more permanent than a temporary system. So, yep, bump, save. We need to go to our input manager. Cancel. Input, keyboard input. Copy, paste 4, and then set 4. There you go. Okay. Now, hopefully, I'll go here. I'll go 4. 4 does not work. Ah, no, 4 does not work because I haven't added 4 to the build projects list, have I? No, I have not. This should also be loaded from something else. Boom, there you go. Right, play. 4. Hey, and it won't let me put it down. Okay, which is fine. However, if I put down a belt and then try and put down this, it says yes, you can put it down, and it snaps to the belt. That's not intentional, right? It snaps the belt to behind the belt. That's not intentional. But I don't exactly hate that. So it forces you to only have belts come out of the components. They can't run along the sides of them. I'm not too sure about that though. I don't know. We might not do that. I don't know. But yeah, this is. I'm just impressed. This system works. It's not designed for this. This is the snapping system is the one designed for putting processors inside sockets. But yeah. So yeah, we'll go with that for the minute. So you can't load a belt onto the side for the moment. You can load it from behind, which was my original kind of idea anyway. So okay, right. So now let's go to the belts, the output node. Let's go to our belts here. Belt baker and belt data. I want to go output node baker and output node data. Don't know. Baker. No. Baker. Don't need that anymore. Don't need that anymore for the moment. The setup connection system works fine. The resets connection system also works fine. Belts, you put them in the belts thing. Right, you need to I don't know what you need to have added to you. What do we add to belts? What do we do in the belts baker? Oh, we had an input buffer, an output buffer. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I don't want an input or output buffer. I want a transport buffer. Also, this doesn't want to be listed under belt. This wants to be listed under connections, doesn't it? Let's move that to the connections area. Oop. And then go into here. Change this to be connections, which is going to throw a wobbly on some of our other things. It's fine. Yeah, I don't want an input data and an output data on a belt. I want a transport data. Boom. Transport data, that's not one. Belt transport buffer, it doesn't need to be data. Let's do that. Boom. Okay. Belts, and this will have a public entity. Data box. I call it a data box. No other, like, data packet is what I really want to say, and that's probably the correct term, but packet is often done with other things. So yeah, so let's get rid of that, and instead of having this here, we want to have a transport buffer. Oh. Hold on. Hold on. No, this doesn't want to be a buffer, does it? No. No, it wants to be here. Ready to transfer. This doesn't want to be a buffer because we're not going to have multiple buffers on a belt. We're going to have one buffer. There's no add component entity new buffer. buffer, and everything can be blank inside it because it doesn't have any data or anything else whatsoever. Okay. Right, so the belt gets a transport data. I don't want to use the belt data for it because the belt data is used in other places. This is purely for the system that's going to move items around. It will read the belt transport data and it will go, hey, if you exist, you need to move forward somewhat. I don't know by how much. And then when you're forward so far, we tell you you're ready to transfer. And then the item in the belt in front of you goes, okay, I will grab you and put you in there. That's fine. So yeah. Right, okay. Output node data. I don't know what this needs on it. The output node needs to know the belt in front of it, the belt underneath it, basically. Yeah, I think it just needs to know the belt underneath it. I think that's it. It needs to know the belt underneath it. Oh, it needs to know the belt underneath it, and it needs to know the. No, it doesn't. It's responsible for telling the belt no, hang on. My brain is falling apart. No, the output node will be the one that puts items directly on the belt. The belt itself will not pull any items. It will just be there and have no input buffer at all. So the belt doesn't pull from any items gone there. The output node will put stuff directly into the belt's inventory, depending on how many something else needs. Yeah, okay, so this needs to know it's public entity entity and public entity component entity. That's all it needs to know. The output node baker, get entity, transport usage flags none. We're not fussed about its destination. It doesn't need to move. Add component, entity, comma, output node. New output node data. You are also going to have to probably have tag to set up your connections. Yeah, you're going to need a tag and then a setup system for. That wasn't what I wanted to do. That wasn't what I wanted to do. Let's add a entity. I'm going to the setup node, output node. Just call it setup output node tag. Okay. I'm also going to go into here. No, into the belts. Keep everything separate. Keep everything separate. Output node. Not I need to do that because it can look for the data. Yeah, don't need to do that. No, don't need to do that. It can look for the data. Okay. We don't need to tag if you have something that's unique on it anyway. So yeah. Okay. So you want to add here. Add component. Entity, comma, new out connections dot. Output node tag, which is going to be setup output node tag, which needs to be in the connections namespace. Okay. Oh. And also, this needs to be, the tag needs to be enableable. Okay. Oop, oop, oop.
Where's the kaboom?
I don't know.
There's supposed to be an earth-shattering kaboom.
Where is the kaboom? The kaboom is probably playing Timberwolf. The namespace belts.input connection buffer, that is because it's now under connections. Which means if you don't need it here because you are in the connection namespace. Kaboom! Do, 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 do. Oop. But I bet your code looks far better than my code does, Arkham. I bet you know what you're doing. After years and years of doing it. Right, setup node tag is done. The belt baker has the belt transport data onto it. Okay. See, I don't set up the node here for the set up the connections thing. Right. In the placement system, if it's a belt, it gets the connections, the reset connections, and the final destination tag, which are not things I want on the input nodes. And does not state.entity manager has component belts dot output node data. digging into code you haven't touched in a couple of years. Oh, I forget what I'm doing week in, week out, so I dread to think what that's like. It's the Gandalf meme, isn't it? The Gandalf meme. I have no memory of this place. Right. Okay, so if it's not an output node, then we add these to it, because I don't want to add these to it if it's an output node, because I don't want to do the reset tag things on them, because they don't, well, they would have these tags on them, but they're never going to succeed in doing any of this stuff because they don't know what they're doing. They don't have that information on them. They're not a belt, so they are a belt. They're in the belt tag, but they're not a belt. So maybe they need their own category, but I'm not doing that right now. So that's all good. That's all working. Now we need to do another script in here. Entities system, and this is going to be the setup output node system. Boom. Boom. Actions. Okay, this is going to be similar to this one. It's going to raycast. It's going to do all the bits and pieces. So, right, let's just yoink this and put it down here. We know we're going to need it, so yep. This wants to have set up node tag, local transform, blah, blah, blah. What else would it need access to? Right, it wants access to the belt data. Hold on. This needs to know its final destination as well, doesn't it? This wants to be source entity, destination entity. Okay. The source entity is where it's going to be putting things from. The destination entity is where it's going to be sending things to. Now, I could just store the component data here rather than the entity, but I think I'd much rather look it up every time rather than store the data, because the data the data that we have when we go to act on it may be older data than what's actually happening, because I don't know about how data references update. So if I use the entity and then use the component lookup system, use this system here, I know I'm getting the latest component data or belt data or whatever data all the time. So yeah. Okay. So I do need right, this is just the setup system, so it needs to want to find the entity out. It needs component data, it needs belt data. It doesn't need the internal buffer lookup, because we're not dealing with that here. That will be in the node transfer system, which will be a different thing altogether. So okay, so come up here, let's grab, you know what, this is kind of the same script, just with tweaks and stuff. So we're not doing the internal buffer. We don't need the input buffer, sorry. We don't need that. Nope. And nope. And nope. Right. and then this is going to change, the code's going to change down here completely. So we need the components data because we need the component of the item behind us, and we need nope, that's it, that's all we need. We need the belt lookup data because we need to know the belt that's underneath us, and we need to know the destination as well, which is stored in the belt data. Okay, so there we go. Do I need the component data lookup? Yes, I do, because I need to check it has component data behind us. I need to make sure that we're not pulling from something random. Yeah. This is good, this is good. We need collision world, that's fine. You're fine, you're fine, you're fine. We want to collide with entities and belts, that's fine. No, it's not. I want to be firing 2 raycasts here. So one wants to be the entities layer, which is the raycast that's going to be fired behind us, and one wants to be the belt layer, which is the belt that's going to be underneath us. Okay, so let's get rid of that guy for the moment. Come down the bottom and put him down here, just out of the way for a minute. That's fine. Where do I fire 2 raycasts? I dispose of it and then I create a new hit. Okay. Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. So I need to dispose of it and then create a new one. I don't know why I called this hits 2 and stuff like this. Could have been hits again. So we disposed of one, then we create another one. But it could have still been called hits, and that would have been absolutely fine. I think it was just easier. Can I rename these though, however? Hits. More. Hits. Big. Just because that makes more sense in my head now. So this is the small hit list, and this is the big hit list. So, okay. Right. So, also for some bizarre reason, these don't have underscores in them, whereas these ones do. I don't know what I was doing here. Right. Okay. So, collision filter. We fire it onto entities. Oh no, hold on, that's the wrong script. This one. So we fire it onto entities, and what we want to do is we want to fire it back. There is no back. Dot right up yeah, minus. You just take away the forward if you want to go backwards, don't you? Boom, there you go. So okay, yeah, so you will fire backwards. You will then create a hits job. You will fire the hits job. So this is belt data lookup. So if we have belt data, that's not what we want to do. We're not doing our belt data. We want to take in here reference to our setup node. No, our output node data, which is in the belt script, which we'll get rid of. Don't do that. Do it here. Belts dot that. This wants to be output node data, like that. Okay, cool. So we cast a ray. And it doesn't matter about drawing them because they don't actually show when we're doing them at an angle, but that's okay. If we hit ourselves, just don't bother, ignore that. But I want to do a component lookup data. So, right, get rid of that. What's happened here? Belt data doesn't exist. That's fine. That's fine. That. Get rid of that. Okay. So, if excuse me, if we find something that has component data, means we've hit a component. We want to do something with the component. We want to grab that component's entity and add it to our own, don't we? So underscore output node data dot source entity equals hit dot entity. Simple as that. Job done. Okay. Nice. That's it. That's all we need to do there. Okay. And then dispose of hits. Now I want to copy this again and paste it down here. And we create ABB2, don't we? Yeah, so that's why. That's why. Oh. Yeah. Okay, that so you can't use the same names even though you've already disposed of them, so yeah. So let's call this raycast back and raycast down. Okay, let's rename this to it's hits back. Why do I keep doing that? Hits back, and let's rename this one to hits down. Okay. No, because that hasn't renamed these things here. That's annoying. Okay, so we changed collision filter to collide with belts instead. We raycast down. God, do I hope that changed these properly. I think it did. We'll find out in a minute. So we raycast down, and if the belt lookup exists, then the belt entity is the entity for that, and then we dispose of the hits, and that is good. Okay. I'm not using the entity component system at all in here. Right. We also want to do one other thing as well. Underscore output node. So if underscore belt data lookup hit.entity dot final destination does not equals entity null, output node data dot destination entity equals destination. Okay, I don't think I need to set that all. That can all be set by this here because we are not reading the output node data somewhere else. Okay, The only other time we might read this is if we are resetting the thing. So it is possible that something might try and write to the data twice, but that's okay because we're only running on the setup node tag. And then once we're done in here, actually, I need to do something. So the only reason I want to turn off the setup node tag is if we are successful in all 3 cases of finding a source entity, finding a belt entity, and finding a destination entity. Now the belt one is guaranteed to be correct because we can't put this down on anything apart from a belt. So yeah. Is there a ball 3? There is. X, Y, and Z. Dot Y equals true, and dot Z equals true. Okay, so if complete, and I can put mathematics ball 3 to ball R. If complete dot ball 3 dot X and complete dot Y and complete dot Z. Okay, so X, Y, and Z must be complete. Ball 3 is nice. This is a nice thing to have, but it's a shame you just can't do a check against it, and it's false if any are true. Or there isn't a complete dot, like a ball 3 dot all, which does all 3 are complete, or any means any one is complete. That should be in there. It should be an all and an any. So yeah. But okay. Then we need to go ECB.set component enabled. Underscore chunk index, comma entity is us, comma component type is going to be the whatever this was up here. I forgot it's called. Setup node. Setup a node tag. Setup node tag. Comma false. Yep, I didn't think so. So you don't belong there. You belong here. Okay, disable it. If it's done, then disable it. Cool. And we'll have to re-enable it along with the reset connection system. No, you run and reset connection tags. I really would like a failsafe for these as well. I really would like a way to find out if it has the component and then enable it if it does. But there's no way you can do that in a job. And it's a shame the you can't just have like another tag on here which bypasses. Enable it if it's available. If it's not available, then don't enable it because it's obviously not there. But there isn't a thing for that. Yeah, right, okay. So we'll, yeah, there's no other way to I do need a way to reset this. See, the problem with this reset tag is that it's gonna fire and it's gonna try and set up this and the fun destination tag, and these don't exist on the one that we currently have. So sending the input buffer in. We could always send the belt data in here and just check it against the belt data. If it has the belt data, then we know it's got these tags on it. I don't know whether you can do a component check against tags that are disabled. I don't know whether that works, but let's find out. Oh, press the play and let's see. So this is probably going to break on us. Doop. Or no, it's worked. It's worked. It's a worked. I tell you, it's a worked. Okay. You still have set up fun destination tag. That's true because you don't appear to have what? Hang on. Whoa, hang on. Did I? Oh, yeah. I did not add the thing to this. Right, hold on. The output node. Baker. Oops. Right, okay. Right, just give me for a moment. I will be right back. Okay, I am back. Sorry about that. Okay. That's not the right screen. Let's try this one. That's better. Okay, so where were we? What were we doing? And why were we doing it? Apparently I hit play on the... Yeah, I don't know why I did that. Right, let's see how this has gone here. So, you have no destination. You guys also have no destination. You have no this is... Hang on a moment. What's going on here? None of them have a destination. Why do none of them have a destination? I've broken something. I've broken something. Right, okay, and I think I know what I've done here. This is going to be in here. Nope. Now you have a fun destination. Okay. Now you have a fun destination. Why didn't it work last time? Oh, don't do that to me. Don't do this to me. Don't make it work one time and not another time. Right, let's do the same again. So one there. One there. Chip, chip. Doop, doop. Doop, 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 doop. Okay, so you have no destination. You guys do have a destination. And if I put this one in here, you now all have a destination. Excellent. Okay, and then if I go 4 and I do that, the output node has no belt entity, a source entity, and no destination entity. Right. It still has setup node tag, which is strange because you should be firing a line behind you and straight down, except you're not firing a line straight down because I didn't actually edit that, did I? Excuse me. Yes, so you're firing behind you, which is getting the source, but you're not firing straight down because I didn't do this. So let's get rid of that, so we fire from up straight down. There we go. Okay, try again, try again. Oh, right, okay, sorry. Where's oh, there it is. Play. Oop, 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 doop, doop. Let's see. Yep, okay, right, so then I go that one, that one. None of them have the found destination. That one. None of them have found a... Why? Why? But why? Why are you not finding the thing in front of you? The CPU socket has component data. It's component data. Why are you not finding it? And the annoying thing is that I can't even tell whether they're firing it or not because the visualization of the raycasts. Oh, they are working now. Okay. So why are you? Why has your setup final destination tag unticked? Interesting. So your setup final thing if we have a belt data, which we do, we have belt data. So this is true. This is true because this is firing. So our belt speed is currently set to 0. So this has been firing. That's fine. If the component lookup has entity hit entity, so if the hit entity has component data, that's the left one and that's the right one, right? Not just I'll move that one down a bit so I know which one's which. Okay, so yeah, so that's that. So that's yeah. Okay, so yep, you have component data. Okay, so this must be true. No, this one must be true. But it's not. This is not coming back as true. For this belt. If I reset it, you can see it flashing there. So your dynamic input connection disappears. Wait a second. Why would resetting you cause that to flash? Wait a minute here. Let's move you right out of the way and then reset you. You are now not causing that to flash. If I bring it back down to here and reset it, it is. So why would the left chip cause the very right hand belt to start to reset? Okay, let me try this again. with ones that are a bit further apart this time. Okay, that has worked, right? That has not worked. But the belt piece says it's setting up the final data, but it's failing to get the entity because they're too close together. So something is causing problems here. If I take this CPU and put it back to 0, and then I take this CPU and I'm just going to throw it away. Hit reset, does nothing. Go to this CPU, hit reset. Works, connects them all up. Okay. Let's bring this CPU back now. Okay, so if they're too close together, it breaks our belt system. That's gotta be to do with the hitbox. That's gotta be to do with the hitbox. Because now if I go to the belt pieces, it has no destination. So it's not been able to hit this this CPU. The left one's somehow interfering with it hitting with the right one. I don't know why that would be. The problem is I can't see the hitboxes of entities because they don't exist in the world. If I unsimulate that one and then reset this one, no, it still doesn't connect properly. Okay. You're still getting input though. So that is still firing fine. But even though you are hitting this, again, you're not getting the component data back for some reason if this is too close. Why? What's that all about? And it's causing... I wonder if it's that if they're too close to each other, when the reset tag goes off, it's... Right, let's have a look at the reset tag. I don't want to times this at all. just do the offset. Where is the offset being generated? The offset's up here. Okay, so this is just no, this needs to be enlarged, doesn't it? So yeah. But I have the new in there. Okay. So this offset no. I do. Oh, I know what I've done. Idiot. I need to times it by 0.5 to shrink it down to the correct size. Otherwise, the extent is too far. Although it should be 0.1. Yeah. It should be 0.1. Because that's the scale we're doing stuff to. That's weird. Times 0.1f. Yeah. Because that's the scale I'm using. So the placement system is wrong as well. But that takes away a little tiny bit from the offset to make sure that we are inside. Let's again, so boom. So you can not be placed up against the side of that. You can up against that side. You can up against that side. You can up against that. Yeah, I think that's just because of the model. Okay. There we go. There we go. Right, that's the problem. For some reason, I changed the extends size. In all this place here, because I thought that was because I wanted the bounding box to be slightly larger than the object. So this is 0.1 and this is 0.01. So this is slightly larger, so this should be the object and everything around the outside of it. This will be the object and everything around the outside of it plus one node, I think. Let's find that out. Well, that seemed to propagate all right. So that moves that up out of the way. Right, okay, so now I place you down there, but you haven't triggered the guy next to you. But maybe this needs to be 0.1 here. And this needs to be 0.2 down here for the larger. Okay, so you are all triggered and working and fine. Now if I move this out of the way, then I put in a guy there, you're still good. Put in a guy here, put in a guy here. There you go, that reset that, awesome. So by putting you in there, that reset everything around you, which is what I want. Every time you put an object in, I want it to reset every item around it. Which should have propagated out across all of them, which it has. Set them all to 0. That's cool. So when you delete an object or place an object, it not only updates itself, it updates every tile around it, just one large around it. So awesome. Okay, so that works. I've also got this one here that's doing a. Is this doing an AABB? No, this is doing a raycast. That's when I'm doing the AABBs. I need to make sure the extends are the correct sizes. 0.1 is there because that's the scale I'm using when I'm shrinking things down, because we're doing everything on a 0.1 grid. This is 1 meter by 1 meter over here. So it's 10 tiles by 10 tiles. So we are dealing on very small scales in the game. But I kind of wanted to do that rather than make everything like, I didn't want a CPU to be 30 meters across, basically, because some of them are that big. Not that big if you were dealing with scales and millimeters of things. Some CPUs on that scale there. So I shrunk it down and then everything's fine. But because I've shrunk things down, as you can see here, I need to make sure when I do an extend to scale, we're taking into this scale into account, which is why this is there. I'd love to find the actual scale size. I don't know how to find that. Underscore physics collider.scale value.scale value.value.scale. No, it's a physics collider. Dot value dot is created or value. I don't know why it's dot value dot value. It's weird. But anyway, okay. So now if I go back into Unity and we put down a CPU here and a CPU right next door to it, like this, and we put a belt in between, the belt does not get any, doesn't work. It's too close together. Okay, so I guess it's the reset tag is causing this to extend too far away. So this one is resetting, this one is resetting, and then that's causing the belt to not work. So it's a bit of a pain. That's a bit of a pain. Does it work at 2 tiles? It works 2 tiles. Yep, it's fine. But it doesn't work with 1 tile in between them. Okay. So if it doesn't work with 1 tile in between them, then I don't know. I'm sure that's to do with the system just constantly resetting. Like the one on the left is resetting everything around it, which is triggering the one on the right to reset, which resets the one on the left, which triggers the one on the right, and so on and so forth. Um, And that is to do with this system here when I get to this node here. If I tried 0, 5 and 1. So that's doing entities and belts. This is just doing entities, so. Reset input connections. Huh? That's hang on. If you're just playing with entities, oh no, we take away entities. So this is doing entities and belts, and this is doing. I need to change this. To be just the belts layer, so that makes it more obvious for what's happening here. So yeah, okay, right, so yeah, so this resets the entities, the belts around it. Okay, so let's see if that works. I mean, we're down to 0.05 is just larger than it, but is 0.1 large enough? I don't know. So right, put in the sneezes, put in belts. Oh, I can't now put that in there. Is that because of the placement node? Wait, but that's... What now? I didn't change this. Come in more than 0.1. It might be 0.5 will come in, which is actually kind of half the tile. Nope. Wow. Okay. No. Because this is 0.1. So this is no. This wants to be 0.1 as well, doesn't it? Yeah. Huh? Wow, okay. I'm misinterpreting this. Hold on. So we get the position. And to find the minimum position, which will be like the top left corner, we take away the extends. So we have that's the object. Okay, that's the position in the center. Oh. So we take away the minimum, which would be the minimum would be the lowest corner, so that would be down there. So we take away that, and we maximum is that corner there. So if we want to do an offset, we want to come in here and come in a little bit, and then go up there and come in. So we want to actually come down here and add it on, and go up there and take it away. So does that one want to be taken away? Hang on, before I do that, that's the reset system. Don't worry about that. Undo. Go to the placement system. We're taking away on both. Let's add where we take away and take away where we add. So we are taking away that and we're adding that. Right, okay. Oop. Oh no, that's even worse. Right. Whoa. This is now 1, 2, 3, and this side is 1, 2, 3. This end is ridiculously far, and so is this end. Okay. How about we just for the minute don't bother with the offsets? I'm still awake because a lot of yeah, today's been a. What's wrong with that? Affected. Oh here. No, what? Ah. Yeah, no, I haven't forgot about the time. It's just I'm not tired because I've it's been a weird day today. It's been a weird day today, hence why I was late for stuff. And but that's still 3. Bum, 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 bum. You can get that end, but you can't get any other side. Okay, so that's fine. Right, so it does need to be right. Okay, which means if I try and put a belt in here, you say no for that because of the sizes. Right, okay. So why is it got to be 0.5 and not 0.1? Oh, twat. Yes, because we want half the extends. We don't want the full extent, we want half of it because we're coming from the center out. So 0.1 is our thing, so 0.5 is half. Okay. So then we should add the offset here, and we should take the offset here. Okay, so we are, yeah. So that's the lowest point, and then we add the offset, which increases it this way, along and up. And then we're on this side, we take away and come down. In theory, if that's the way this works. I'm not sure. Right? Nope, still one S. Okay, well, that side. It won't there, but it will there, and it will there, and it won't there. Okay, so it will there, and it will there, but won't there and there. Maybe I have to take away from both of them. Let's try. That's the minimum. I thought the minimum was down the bottom. I've taken away from both of them. Trying that again. I feel like I'm going back in circles, but I have a better understanding now. Oh, yep, that worked. Yep, and nope. But that one's always said nope. Okay, so we're allowed to do that again. Okay, so we have to take away from both of them. Right, okay. So the offset is going to be 0.1, 0.1, and then actually this should be 0.025. That's half a tile, and this should be 0.05, which is an entire tile. And these ones should be added on. .05 F for the 0.1 scaling plus half. Okay, let's do that so I remember. Okay, now, right, try again. Play. Put that down there. Put that there. Put a thing in between. And the belt piece doesn't have any connection, right? Okay. So, the reset system, this is wrong. We're extending out too far. But are we? Though? That's the thing. So, because I want to try 2. Will it work with 2? 3. No, doesn't work with that. Okay, so this is extending too far. But this needs to be 0.025 or something, and this wants to be 0.001. So you just literally want to extend out a little tiny bit, and you'll trigger every box around it, and then you want to trigger it a little bit further and trigger every box even further out from that. However, I do think I messed up that last test. Right, so you are working. Okay. Right. But you have none now. Why do you have none? Why do you have none? What's happened here? Oh, because there's no CPUs in them. There you go. Boom. Idiot. Right. So that's working fine. So now if I take one of these CPUs and I just throw it up in the sky somewhere, and then I put a belt piece down, trigger the, this is, yeah, so belt piece down there, then one there, still hasn't triggered, and then one next to it, still hasn't triggered. Right. So I need this to go out further. I think I was right on the first time when I messed up the I didn't put CPUs in the sockets when I was testing it. So let's have a look at you. So boom, and then we go one in there, and no, you still don't get a connection. You do though. So if I wobble that one away, still fine, still fine, still fine. Okay, interesting. So that one triggered, but didn't trigger. Okay, all right, I've got inconsistent. That's where I thought the plus and minus things were coming in. The thing that gets me the most though is I thought the belt piece had a square. No. The box collider on the belt piece is wrong. No. Right, that might have been a problem. Oh, what the hell? Can I restart this test? Okay, you have a CPU. Now, we throw the CPU away. Zoop. We put one in there, doesn't trigger it. Put one in there, doesn't trigger it. We put one up there, doesn't trigger it. We put one there, doesn't trigger it. Right, so we're not resetting far enough then, are we? But we're already at a point where I can't put two next to each other because you don't trigger because you're too close to another. Hang on, this offset shouldn't be on the extends. This offset should be right at the end of the whole thing. So position minus extends plus the offset. Okay, I don't want to put these in because yeah, I don't want to.
Yawn. Yep, I yawned you, Eggman.
Are you tired, Emble? Or just tired of me? Yeah, see, so we get the position. We modify the position by the extends, which moves it along and down. And then the offset should move it back and up a little bit. We don't want to take the extends away from it. We want to move the original. That should be position data. Yeah. I'm tired. I'm not tired. Why would I be tired? Right, so that's it's 10 to 4. I need to figure out which way's which. Hold on. That way is 0, isn't it? So let's do this. That's not gonna work. Hold on, go back. So on the top, so if this corner's working, that corner is not. So I need to add this one to move it in and take away that one. So the minimum needs to add, and then they're both minusing. Hold on. Does that one need to add? Bum bum bum. I should go to bed soon though, because otherwise I won't be getting up in the morning. And I know full well as soon as I lay down, I will be unconscious. Because that's what pillows do to me. They make me unconscious. Right, work that end. Okay, work that end. It never works that end anyway. Okay, so that's the trick. That's the trick. You plus the minus and minus the plus, which means in the reset system, we want to minus the minus and plus the plus. And we want to do the opposite because we're trying to make it bigger. Okay. I should also check if belts can still be placed next to each other. Yes, belts are fine. Okay, right. Right. So first test is that one to that one with a belt in between. Stick a CPU in there and a CPU in there. The belt does get a CPU. Awesome. So we've kind of fixed that one. Ow. I've been sitting down too long, I think. Buttons go numb. That works. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay. Well, you've got a CPU. Let's move the CPU away now. Zip. Away you go. Okay. Click the belt piece here. And then we'll put a belt piece there. It doesn't trigger the reset. Put a belt piece there. Does trigger the reset. Beautiful. Let's bring this back down again to here. Let's put another belt piece in there, which should trigger another reset on you, which it did. Awesome. Roll the CPU away. And then let's try the other side. So that one didn't do it. That one didn't do it. That one did do it. Awesome. There we go. Right. Okay. So the minimum is the bottom left corner, closest to the in the bottom left corner of the entity as you look at it, and then when you're placing it, you need to add the offset because you are getting the position data here. You are taking away the extends, which comes to this corner down here, and then you want to add to it to move in a little tiny bit to make the box smaller. Crasher Ho, hello, good evening. And then the other one is when you take the extends from the center, you add to it, which makes that corner, and then you take away from it to come in a little bit to make a slightly smaller box for the collision. So, because if the collision box is the same size as the outer model, you can't put two next to each other because they occupy the same space. So there we go. Okay, that is working. That is beautiful. Now let's try the next one. I should have put them posted there, but it would have been easier. There you go. Okay, boom. They don't have a final destination now. Why has that happened? Okay, so we're getting this thing happening again here, where the final block is actually reading the this, but it's not reading that, if that makes sense. So let's see here. So that's the CPU we want to leave alone. Let's go to the other CPU. Let's reset this and see whether it triggers. Right, no, it's not triggering that there. Okay. Let's go to this CPU. Get you to reset stuff around you. So you are resetting the guy. You can see the little flashy green. But you are not triggering you set up find destination tag is not firing properly. Starting college next month. Awesome. What are you studying? So I said at the same time, that's absolutely perfectly natural. So you know, that's a standard thing, yeah. But what are you going to study in college? What's your goal? First time living alone. That can be awesome. That can be awesome in two different ways. I mean, one, obviously you'll be a bit free from stuff like that. You will miss your family, that's obvious, that does happen, but remember, they're only a telephone call away. Especially nowadays, they're only a telephone call away. Whenever you need them, they're still going to be there. And also, you can meet many new people, many wonderful new people that would absolutely change your life. Some for good, some for bad, who knows? But yeah. Software developer, want to become an indie game developer. I want to do that too. I'm a bit old to go to college now, though, so I'm trying to self-teach myself, and it's going slowly, and I get bugs like this. I don't know how to troubleshoot because I don't know how to do unit testing because it's something I've never learned. Right. Okay. So now the placement. Okay. Right. So where are we? So we are. This belt piece is here, not triggering properly. Okay, I can see the raycast going off. We can see it flashing there whenever I reset it, which is going off. It is absolutely raycasting. Right, let me just, before we do anything, let me get rid of this CPU out of the way. Go to the belt and then reset you again, just to make sure it's not. No, it's nothing to do with that. Okay, it's just this is something else. So okay. So Okay, so let's look at this CPU. It has a dynamic buffer for the belt piece, which means we can step through the code here. So okay, so if the raycast hits ourselves, we know the raycast works, that's fine. If the raycast hits ourselves, we ignore it. If it has a belt component, which it does, we go update false here, but this is not triggering false, this is triggering true because of something here. It's triggering true because your speed has reset to 0. And it shouldn't do that. The speed only resets to 0 if this code overwrites it. So this is happening, and then this is not happening, this is not happening, and then we're updating the code. We're updating the component. So why is this not happening? Because it should. Because the thing it's targeting has a component. The component lookup, this should be triggering true, and I know it should be triggering true because on the CPU side of things, we have the belt being registered with it, which means it's definitely firing in and finding this thing here. So why is that happening? I don't know. Any advice from your experience? I would absolutely say learn multiple languages or multiple things like game engines, for instance. If you want to go with the game engine route, you've got Unreal, Unity, Godot, Game Maker, several others. Learn multiple ones of them. Don't just go, I'll go with Unreal and stick with that, or I'll go with Unity or something. Learn lots of them because you might find one just works better for you. Absolutely better for you. And the other big thing is, and this doesn't come from me, this actually comes from somebody else on YouTube called Code Monkey. Make small things. Make many small things. Do little things. And you know, if you've got some big game in your head you want to make, some fantastic, wonderful big game, take a small part of it and go and make that. And then once you've made that, take another part of the game and make another small bit of it, and then eventually you'll add all those small bits together and you'll have a whole game. But it's much easier to learn and to understand a small segment of it than trying to do the whole thing in one go. So yeah, that's definitely something that I'm hence why the way I'm doing this project right here, we're working on belts, and I've been working on belts for about 3 or 4 streams now, because I just want to get the belts right. And then once the belts are right, we can leave that to one side and do the other bits, and then everything can just integrate together. You know, one small step at a time. That's definitely advice that I listened to many years ago. In fact, when I say many, probably about 4 or 5 now from Code Monkey is a fantastic resource on YouTube. Code Monkey, fantastic, very good, very nice. I've never met the person, never spoke to him, but he's fantastic, absolutely fantastic. There's many out there on YouTube. So right, okay. So why is this not? What's happening here? What's happening here? You are very clearly firing the raycast. It's code monkey, as in an ape, monkey. Yeah. Emble very much has been learning Unreal. I know also, Emble, you said you looked at Godot as well, didn't you? You've looked into that, but. Yeah, I've tried Unreal. I don't like Unreal myself. I couldn't get my head around the blueprint system to the game. It just seemed overly convoluted for what it was trying to do. But Unreal can make some fantastic games. It can really make some fantastic. There's many games I've played from Unreal which are great. Many games I've played in Unreal that look fantastic and play terrible, but that's not down to Unreal itself. Although Unreal and AMD hardware, especially for me, doesn't seem to like each other. Unity I like Unity because it's very open. It's very open. There's community spaces. You've got many places you can find on there. It uses standard C# definitions, so you can just look it up on the Microsoft website and they're all there. You know, it's not. It's just easy. Godot is apparently very easy to learn, but I've not tried. I've not tried Godot. So yeah, hard time didn't I feel like C. Oh yeah, because Unreal does C++, doesn't it as well? Unreal's more C#'s easier to understand because of it's easier to, but C++ is much faster, a much faster language. Yeah. Learn to use Unity. Yeah, Unity's a very good starting place, and C# can be used if you learn, which you will do because they don't do Unity script anymore. But you'll learn C# with it, and that can be taken elsewhere to other places. So
I hate that hedgehog.
How could you? How could you hate me? I'm trying to help. I'm trying to help. Honest. I'm trying to help. Right. Okay. So. So, hang on a minute. The only way the tag gets disabled is it's all right.
Will you be serious for a minute?
30 seconds is my limit.
Yeah, no, not even 30 seconds. That's all right. That's all right. I'm just it's a thing. It's a thing. Many people do that. Hate that hedgehog. And then make me visible, or maybe 8-bit and other bits and pieces. So yeah, it's all just a bit of fun. It's all just fun, isn't it? Bartman, hello. What an awesome name, Bartman. Wow. C++ is close to the machine language. Yeah. C++ is a lot more low level or high level. Low level language, isn't it? And it's way more powerful and way more performant. So yeah, but C# is a lot easier to use. It reminds me of the old Spectrum days where you've got 128k or 48k basic. A low level, yes, low level, yeah. So yeah, it's got yeah, the old Spectrum had 128k and 48k basic. 48k basic was really easy to program with because it auto filled things in and did stuff for you. But 128k obviously gave you the full extended memory of the Spectrum, and you could do some fantastic things with it. But you had to learn how to code better. C# has probably made me a lazy coder because it's just easy to use. But from what I understand, the jump to C++ from C# isn't terrible. It's not easy. Don't get me wrong. I've seen it. It's not easy. But it's not a million miles away. You know, it's something you could learn from C# to C++. It'd be easy if we just went straight to C++, but Unity doesn't support C++. So yeah. Yep, I'm streaming on Twitch as well. Multi streaming. Yeah, C on its own is pretty well. C is an assembly language because assembly is its own thing. But yeah, C is just the basic one. But I don't know anything about C. I don't know if it's just like another lower level where you have to do things even more intensely. But yeah, if you can get down the closer you can get to assembly, basically the more power you get. Yeah. C# is going to be in between C++ and Visual Basic. Yeah, that would make sense. That would make sense. Visual Basic is something I haven't played with in. Wow, Visual Basic. I have programmed in Visual Basic before. Not something I've even thought about for many years. When Unity first came to PC from because it was Apple exclusive, it had Unity script, which they called JavaScript, but wasn't JavaScript, which was just confusing to everyone, and they renamed it quickly to Unity script. And So yeah, I haven't touched Visual Basic since then, I think. And then as soon as I learned that you could just do C#, I was like, oh well, C#. I've got a book. I don't even know where it is now, but I had a book on C# from many years. I think it was C# 4. I think it was. This book was on, so this a while. It's been a while. So yeah. Oh, but no, I've done a bit of Visual Basic. Python. I actually wrote a working not exactly clone of command. I was trying to rewrite the original Command Hooker Red Alert because I'd have no original thoughts of my own. And in Python, I got the whole down to the point where you could take tanks and go and attack buildings. There was no AI in it. It was just you had tanks. You could click them. You could move them around a map. They would pathfind around things. They would shoot buildings. They would do, and it was, I was like, oh, this is all written in JavaScript, in Python. Sorry, not JavaScript, in Python. And absolutely loved it. Python's a really I found Python fun when I did that, but C# seems to be the way to go. Yeah, C# pretty close to JavaScript. Yeah, a lot of stuff is very similar to it. I've not done a lot. I dabbled a little bit with JavaScript and Java and stuff for Minecraft mods, but never got anywhere with it. Never got anywhere with it whatsoever. And why did I go to Unity? I think Unity was the big free 3D game engine. I think that's why I came to it originally. So that, and then there were some games that came out with it that I was like, oh, I wanted to modify and change the games, and I needed to learn how to do Unity for that, and never got around to it. And I have played with Unity for 10-12 years now or something. I've probably got like 1,000 different little prototypes of things that mostly don't work but are fun. But I remember QBasic. I don't think I did anything with it, but I do remember it as a language. That's pretty much back when I was first getting my head around computers things. But yeah, QBasic was a GW. I don't know what GW is, because Quick Basic and QBasic were different things, weren't they? Because I remember I used to do fancy stuff with batch commands in DOS, and then somebody said, oh, that looks like QBasic stuff. I was like, oh, what's that? And started having a look at it, but never got anywhere with it. So I think at that time in my life, I brought a 3D Voodoo card, a Voodoo Banshee card, and started. I was playing Carmageddon in DOS, and then started running it in native glide mode because I had a Voodoo card then, a Voodoo Banshee. I was like, wow, this looks beautiful, and just went gaming instead of programming. So yeah. To think how far graphics have come since then. But I still have very fond memories of Glide being such a beautiful thing. Some of the games in Glide were just fantastic. Right, okay, right, so, where am I? Why are you are firing. I see you firing. I even see both. There's the red one firing, there's the green one firing. So we both of them are running. Okay, so both these connection things are running. The reset and the other one is running. So this is not working. You're raycasting into it and you're not getting you're not getting a response back from this. You are... The input container. Where's the input one? Let's look at the input. No, not input. Connections. Set up connection system. This one. So you're the input buffer. Ah, okay, right. So it's finding the buffer on the CPU. So it's finding the buffer and adding itself to the buffer, but it's not finding the component data script. Even though it's there, and I can see it's there, and I know it exists, it's not finding it. And I have no idea why. That there is failing to trigger. Component data lookup. Let's double check this as we go up through the script. We are updating it. It is looking for the component data. That is correct. Yep, component data. And we're definitely updating it. Yep. And we're sending it in. Yeah. And then if the component lookup has component hit.entity, so we don't hit ourselves. If we, that's us, that one's us. So if we have a belt data, which we do, because we have to have a belt data, we grab the belt data and we update, we blank it out. Then we check if the raycast is hitting the component, which it is, but this isn't triggering for some bizarre reason. Then we check if it's hitting another belt, and we see if that belt has the data in it we need instead. So that will work for the rest of these guys, but the first one, the first belt here, is not triggering into this CPU. And see the raycast going through it. I know the raycast is going through and hitting this guy. I know that's right. I know it has a box collider. It has to have a box collider, because otherwise it wouldn't be able to get a... Oh, it's got no input connections now. Oh, you're the wrong one, that's why. Yeah, you've got one. So we're colliding with it because this is triggering. So it works. We know it works. It's just that this is not. Because this, yeah, that's fine. This has to be true. But I don't, hang on, I don't get this. I don't get this, because if I tell it to set up final destination tag, so we enable this, it instant disables. The only place we're disabling that is here. The only way that can get disabled is if our update connections is true, which means one of these two statements must be true. But the belt data is not updating. We're getting the belt data. We're resetting it. Then, and this is false. So this means it won't overwrite this. And it won't reset the tag. Okay, let me just double check that is working. No, it is working, because none of these guys are... Yeah, all these guys are firing, right? So that is working. This has to be true. This has to be true. Because it has to be true to change this ball to be true. And the only way you can turn off the tag is if the ball is true. So why is it not filling in this data here? Or even here? Why is it not filling in that one? But this can't be true because that's not true. But when it comes to doing stuff like that with the well, I can do it in Unity. I just put debug code in here. So that's my way of doing things. Debug. This is my way of doing things, and I know it's not correct. It's not the way you should do. There are unit tests and there are console ways you do things, and you can step through the debugger a little bit. I honestly don't know how to do all that stuff. I've never used it. I've not learned how to use it. So yeah, I thought you might do that. Get rid of the Unity engine. Come down here. All this Unity engine. The problem is that now that's worked. And that's worked on the belt to fine. Right? I think it comes from if I randomly put these in like this and just sort of randomly place them and then do that. See that's true. That has now worked with no problems. Let's do this way then, the way I did it before. So okay. And now that's all gone true. And that has worked. So it's one of those things where I don't know what caused it, but I would definitely like to try and figure it out. Okay, right, okay. So here we go. Here we go. Now we've got it happening. Now we've got it happening. So my final belt piece has disabled its final destination tag. It has triggered telling me component is true twice. Right, so it's lying to me. It's lying to me. So this is triggering true. We should set the belt data.final destination to be hit.entity. And we should set the current belt speed to be the default belt speed. However, the current belt speed is still set to 0 and the final destination still doesn't have any input. However, it is telling me that it's true, which means this is fired and these haven't. But this has fired because it's disabled the Tesla. Hang on. No, I might get this now. So what might be happening here is the first raycast is hitting ourselves and we just cancel out that. The second raycast is hitting a component. So we create this and this works, and then we go to the entity component buffer, we do that. And then the third raycast is hitting the socket. The socket doesn't have component data, doesn't have belt data, so it's overriding this. So one frame, it's firing all this and it's saying this is true and this is all correct, and we get the debug log and we set this off and then we do this here. The next frame, it hasn't fired this yet for some reason. I don't know why, but it hasn't fired the entity component. The buffer hasn't fired yet to turn the tag off. The tag is still enabled, which means the next frame, or the next the next hit, the third hit in here, the third hits in here is the one that doesn't have a component and doesn't have a belt data, which means this is firing a third time. So first time we cancel, second time this is true, we turn off the tag and we do this, and then the third time this is false, and then we overwrite it again. So that's why it works sometimes and doesn't work other times, because the raycast is sometimes hitting the CPU component first and then the socket second, and other times it's hitting the socket first and the CPU second. So do I need to move this to here? But I don't want to do that. I don't want to move that into the update connections thing, because what if it doesn't find a connection? I want it to reset the thing. Those. I suppose we could give the sockets their own layer as well. We only raycast against the entities and the belts. So what if we give sockets their own layers as well? Not very good terminology, but I'll do that. And then we go down to the sockets and we give this to the sockets layer. We're going to have to go into our project settings and allow that to interfere with the sockets layer. And I think that's it. I don't want you to interact with anything else. Entities I want to interact with belts, and entities and belts want to interact with it. Yeah, okay. Right, play that. Now the problem I think we're going to have here is that, yeah, they're going to go inside each other because I now need to go to my placement system. And I need to collision filter dot collides with plus equals 1 to 9. I also need to get the hell away from doing magic numbers in here. 9 is the socket. I really need to get away from doing these hard-coded numbers. Really need to. Yeah. Okay, boom. So that's good. You still snap to that because you are, yep, that's working fine. Awesome. Okay. Put one over here. Boom. And then we'll hey, cool. Component true, belt true, component. I don't know why that fired twice. Yeah, don't know why that fired twice, but that's okay. It doesn't actually matter. Okay, and now you, when you do the destination, you fire against entities and the belts only, which means you will never hit the socket. I don't know why you managed to hit the socket twice, though. That may just be a fact that, as I said, this might be triggering. Like the first frame it triggers and sets this, and then the second frame it triggers and before this fires. It might be that. I don't know, but it works. So let's get rid of those for a minute. Get rid of those. Okay, here we go. Right, play. I need to figure out dragon as well. I have no idea how to even start doing that, but we'll do it. Boom. Let's go to the belts. Belts should all have a CPU. They do have a destination. Awesome. Let's put in a puller. There. He's down in there. You can not really see him, but he's in there. Need to change the color of it really. But we have a output node. Awesome. The output node has a belt entity, so it knows what belt it's on, has a source, which is the one behind it, and has a destination, which is the one in front of it, which is being told, the destination is being told to it by the belts, which is awesome. So now we could have a system that runs on the output nodes and basically checks whether the destination wants something, because we can check against the component data. So if we go back to the CPU and we go down, the component data tells what capabilities it has. So if we have a data packet or something, that is compute, then we can send it down the line to the next CPU. Cool. Okay, but we're not going to do that now. It is 4:30 in the morning. I need to go to bed. I very much need to go to bed. This is the belt system has taken me much longer than I expected it to take, but at the same time I kind of understand why it's taking so long, because yawn indeed. There are so many different things that a belt can do and react with. Like the way I want the belts to behave in this game means that they need to have a much broad, they need to have access to a lot more information than you would normally think. Excuse me. They need to know their destination, because we only want to put stuff on the belt that actually has somewhere to go. They need to know that they have a destination, so they actually go somewhere. If the destination breaks, then they want to stop and not move the daisies anymore. It just sits on the bus, doesn't do anything. So yeah, I think I will change them from belts to something looking a bit more like chutes. I think now that will probably look better, or maybe just something like on the ground that maybe half pipes, so maybe like chutes, there'd be half pipes along, and then we could have like a ball rather than be a box of data. It can be a ball that just rolls along it, and that's the pulse that goes through, I suppose. Might be an idea, but yeah. Anyway, it is working. I am happy with that. We still don't have a way to delete things. That I haven't worked on this time around, but well, yeah, that's fine. We can. Oh, argument exception cannot be null. What cannot be null? Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, I forgot. This is what happens when I try and remove things. It deletes the motherboard underneath it, but doesn't delete the components, and then everything just breaks. So I've got a remove system I implemented that doesn't work and breaks the game. So we need to work on that as well. But that's not going to be for now. That's going to be for later. So yes, we shall leave this here. Progress has been made. Hurrah! Finally. I feel like I stalled the last couple of streams. The last stream was okay. A couple of streams before that, I definitely feel like I stalled and didn't get going there. But yeah. One day I'll get out of here whilst being visible. It'd be great. But okay, so yes, so tomorrow we will be back with the crew doing some more Elden Ring and playing through and having some fun with that. And then next week will be more streams of some description. I do have a few games to play and a few things to do. So got Mobius Machine I want to try out, Microtopia. I've still got Shapes 2, which I brought the day of release and haven't played a single moment of, so we might try that as well. And I also purchased Wreckfest 2 because I loved Wreckfest. It was such a fun game, even though it's basically a demo and not really a full game, and I did read all the reviews to it. I still wanted to play it, so I might throw that on stream just for a laugh and we can crash some cars for fun. So yeah, not for the faint of heart. Thank you very much for watching, everybody. I hope you have enjoyed this one, and I do hope to see you again in the next one. And until then, as always, have fun.